What kind of creature has claws long enough to tear through a man, teeth made for flesh, and yet has never committed a single sin of its own? Beneath an abandoned royal palace in Vizima, the stone corridors are damp with old cold, and every sound seems to travel farther than it should. Somewhere below, behind walls blackened by torch smoke and years of neglect, something moves near a sarcophagus that once belonged to a princess. The people of Temeria call it a Striga, and they speak the word the way frightened people often speak of monsters, as though naming the thing were enough to explain it. But the tragic truth behind the Striga begins before the claws, before the killings, and even before the child herself could draw a breath. This is the story we will follow slowly through the lore, in the quiet way these nights are meant to be heard, as you settle down and let the old roads of the continent grow distant around you. If you have been returning to these stories, leave the number of your night below. If this is your first, simply write night 1. For now, keep your attention on that sealed chamber beneath Vizima, because almost everything that follows begins with a contradiction hidden inside it. The monster was real, the bodies were real, and the fear that surrounded the old palace was entirely justified. Yet the creature at the center of all that horror had not chosen its hunger, its shape, or the tomb in which it spent the first years of its existence. That distinction is the key to understanding why Sapkowski's first great monster story is not truly about killing a monster at all. It is about what happens when adults create a catastrophe and then force an innocent child to wear its face. In the short story The Witcher, collected in The Last Wish, the roots of the curse lie in the royal house of Temeria itself. King Foltest had maintained an incestuous relationship with his own sister, Princess Ada, a scandal dangerous enough in any court, and more dangerous still, in one where bloodlines, succession, and legitimacy carried political weight. Ada became pregnant, and the child conceived by brother and sister was never given the chance to enter the world normally. Mother and infant were believed to have died, and both were placed in a royal tomb beneath the old palace at Vizima. On the surface, that might have been the end of an ugly dynastic secret sealed under stone and left to become rumor. Instead, the grave became the beginning. 7 years passed before the dead child emerged from the tomb as a Striga. By then, she was no longer spoken of as an infant or as Foltest's daughter, but as a creature that left mutilated bodies in and around the ruined residence. The Striga of Sapkowski's story is not a vague fairy tale beast. She has a specific origin, a specific family, and a specific place in the political anatomy of Temeria. She sleeps by day in the sarcophagus that should have held her corpse, and hunts when darkness gives her the palace. Those who know what she is also know that she began life under a curse, which makes the response around her all the more revealing. Notice the inversion already taking shape. The thing everyone fears most is also the only central figure in the story who had no part in creating the conditions that made her dangerous. The exact source of the curse is one of the most important uncertainties in the book, because Sapkowski does not hand Geralt a neat villain at the beginning. Rumors gather around the royal pregnancy, and several possible explanations survive in the testimony Geralt hears in Vizima. Ostrit, a Temerian nobleman who had loved Princess Ada, becomes deeply implicated in the affair. and his resentment toward Foltest will matter later. There is also talk that Foltest and Ada's mother may have cursed the unborn child out of fury over the incestuous relationship, although the story does not simplify the mystery into a single, unquestionable answer. That ambiguity matters more than it first appears. The curse may have been spoken by one mouth, but the atmosphere that made such a curse possible was created by an entire circle of forbidden desire, wounded pride, dynastic shame, and hatred. This is where the Striga becomes more interesting than a creature entry in a bestiary. A bestiary can tell you what a Striga does, how dangerous one is, how it hunts, and how a witcher might survive an encounter with it. Sapkowski instead asks who had the power to make this particular monster, and who paid the price after that power was misused. Foltest chose the relationship with Ada. Adults around the royal family chose secrecy, judgment, resentment, and retaliation. Nobles later learned to turn the curse into a political weapon. The child chose none of those things. Her body becomes the place where everyone else's choices become visible, which is why killing her would solve the immediate danger while leaving the deeper crime almost untouched. You can feel that tension in the setting itself. The old palace of Vizima is no heroic battlefield, no mountain fortress of witchers, and no wild forest where monster and hunter meet as natural enemies. It is a royal residence abandoned because a royal family could no longer safely inhabit what its own history had produced. Stone halls once built to display power now shelter something the crown cannot publicly master, and the crypt below turns the architecture of dynasty into a literal prison for dynastic shame. The Striga does not haunt some distant frontier beyond civilization. She lives underneath the seat of civilization. That is not an accident of atmosphere. The horror is born inside the palace, not outside its gates. Even Foltest's relationship to the creature complicates the easy moral picture. He does not simply order his daughter destroyed, even though the Striga has killed repeatedly, and even though killing her would be far simpler than attempting to reverse the curse. Instead, the king keeps searching for someone who can restore her, offering rewards to those who claim knowledge of disenchantment. That persistence does not erase what Foltest did, and it does not return the dead to their families. Yet it tells us something important about the emotional knot at the center of the story. The man whose actions helped create the scandal still sees a daughter where much of Temeria sees only teeth. Love and guilt are not opposites here. They sit beside one another so closely that it becomes difficult to tell where one ends and the other begins. The people around Foltest have fewer reasons for patience. Castellan Velerad, who explains much of the affair when Geralt arrives, speaks with the weary practicality of a man who has watched experts, charlatans, and would-be heroes fail before. The court has heard promises already, and every new promise carries the memory of another body. Some men have proposed simply killing the Striga because from the perspective of a city under threat, that answer is clean and understandable. Foltest, however, continues to insist that disenchantment is preferable, and this turns the monster contract into something much more dangerous than a normal hunt. Geralt is not being asked merely whether he can survive the creature. He is being asked whether he can preserve the life hidden inside it. That question is what brings us to Geralt of Rivia, and it is worth remembering where Sapkowski places him at the beginning of his literary life. Geralt enters not as a legendary savior surrounded by prophecy, nor yet as the man bound to Ciri by destiny, but as a working witcher arriving in a kingdom with a problem no one else has solved. He carries the mutations of his trade, the knowledge taught to witchers, and the cold reputation of men who are paid to deal with things ordinary soldiers cannot. Yet the first major test placed before him is not whether he is ruthless enough to kill, it is whether he is disciplined enough not to kill when killing would be safer. Before Geralt ever reaches the sarcophagus, the story has already narrowed the true danger down to one choice. Can a professional monster slayer recognize that the monster in front of him is also the victim he has been hired to save? Why does a king allow a monster to keep living beneath his own city when every additional night risks another corpse? By the time Geralt arrives in Vizima, the Striga is no longer a private family curse sealed beneath stone. She has become a public wound in the kingdom, something everyone knows about and everyone interprets according to his own interests. Foltest has moved away from the old palace rather than simply ordering the place cleansed by force, and the abandoned residence has become a kind of forbidden center around which fear circulates. Men have died attempting to solve the problem, and others have offered cures that proved useless. The strange thing is not that Temeria fears the creature, but that the crown continues to preserve the possibility that the creature might one day be called princess again. Velerad, the Castellan of Vizima, gives Geralt the blunt version of the story, because bluntness is what remains after years of failure. He is not romantic about the curse, and he is not sentimental about the dead men who came before. He has seen would-be experts arrive with charms, rituals, confidence, and theories, only to leave nothing behind but another story about why the Striga could not be saved. The practical answer from Velerad's point of view is obvious enough. Kill the creature and end the deaths. That position is not cruel in the simple sense, because a ruler's first duty is also to the people who have not yet been buried. The moral pressure in the story comes from the fact that the practical answer and the merciful answer are no longer the same answer. Foltest refuses to treat them as identical. He has spent years offering rewards to anyone capable of disenchanting his daughter, and by the time Geralt stands before him, the king is prepared to pay 3,000 orens for success. That sum matters because it reminds us that Geralt is still a professional, a man who survives by contracts, not by courtly vows. Yet Foltest's private conversation with him reveals that the money is not really the center of the bargain. The king wants to know whether Geralt truly believes the curse can be broken, and he makes clear that the girl's life matters more to him than a clean solution. At the same time, Foltest is not so deluded that he forbids Geralt from defending himself if the attempt fails. There is something uncomfortable in that mixture of tenderness and permission. Foltest wants his daughter alive, but he also asks another man to place his own life between the kingdom and the consequences of the royal family's past. He cannot descend into the crypt and keep the Striga from her sarcophagus until cock crow. That burden belongs to the Witcher. The king's grief therefore becomes dependent on Geralt's body, Geralt's preparation, and Geralt's willingness to accept a danger that Foltest himself cannot master. This is where guilt begins to resemble love so closely that separating them becomes almost impossible. Foltest may be trying to save Ada because she is his child, because he cannot forgive himself, or because both truths have fused into one need. The court around him has reasons to see the matter differently. A cursed princess is not only a family tragedy, but a political liability, especially in a kingdom where succession, noble loyalty, and royal legitimacy are never abstract concerns. The longer the Striga lives, the longer Foltest's private scandal remains embodied in something that kills servants, guards, specialists, and anyone else unlucky enough to come near the old residence. Every failure weakens confidence in the crown's ability to control its own capital. Every fresh death turns the curse into an accusation against the throne, whether or not the victim ever intended it that way. A monster beneath a palace is frightening. A monster created by the ruling family is politically useful. That fact explains why the old palace becomes more than a hunting ground. It is a place where private shame has become public leverage. Foltest cannot simply erase the problem without sacrificing the daughter he still hopes to recover, and he cannot leave the problem untouched without paying for it in blood and authority. Velerod's impatience, the noble's calculations, the king's desperation, and the city's fear all meet in the same abandoned halls. The Striga herself understands none of this. She does not know that her existence embarrasses a monarch, feeds political resentment, or gives ambitious men a weapon against the crown. Here's the cruel psychological truth of Foltest's position. Every night he refuses to kill the Striga is both an act of hope and a decision imposed on other people. Mercy is not costless in this story. A farmer, guard, servant, or hired expert who dies near the old palace does not experience Foltest's hope as noble patience. He experiences it as the king's refusal to end a known danger. Yet if Foltest orders the Striga killed, he becomes the man who condemns his own cursed daughter for a condition she never chose. Sapkowski gives him no clean option, only choices that preserve one moral claim by violating another. That is why Geralt's arrival changes the shape of the dilemma. A soldier could be told to kill the beast, and a priest could be asked to pray over it. But a witcher occupies the narrow ground between those solutions. Geralt knows enough about monsters to judge when a creature must die, and enough about curses to understand that some monsters are not stable identities at all. The Striga is not a species problem in the ordinary sense. She is a transformed person whose current nature has been imposed by magic. That difference means that a witcher who thinks only in terms of extermination would be failing at the very knowledge his profession is supposed to preserve. Foltest senses this when he speaks to Geralt privately. He asks questions that are less about technique than about possibility, because what he really needs is permission to believe that the girl is still recoverable. Geralt does not offer him a fairy tale. He warns the king that even if the curse is broken, the child who emerges may not be normal in the way Foltest wants to imagine. Years spent as a Striga cannot simply be converted into an ordinary upbringing, and Geralt refuses to sell certainty where none exists. His honesty is almost severe, but it is also a form of respect. He treats Ada as a real person whose future may be damaged, not as a prize restored to mint condition at the end of a spell. That warning reveals a second layer of the tragedy. Foltest is not only trying to save his daughter from death, he is trying to recover a version of her life that may already be impossible. He wants the curse undone because undoing it appears to promise that time itself can be corrected. Yet the years have passed, victims are dead, and the child has developed outside every ordinary human rhythm of speech, learning, affection, and trust. Geralt sees this before the king does because witchers are trained to think in consequences rather than wishes. Breaking the enchantment can alter the future, but it cannot rebuild the childhood that never happened. And so the contract placed before Geralt is already more complicated than its reward suggests. 3,000 orens buys his attempt, but it does not define success. Success means entering a place where a creature strong enough to tear a man apart must be restrained without being destroyed. It means trusting old knowledge about how such a curse can be lifted while accepting that the knowledge may fail. Most of all, it means deciding that the life beneath the curse is worth risking another life to recover. Before Geralt can make that decision in the crypt, however, he must first discover exactly what kind of people have been circling the Striga for all these years. And one of them has much more to lose from a successful cure than Foltest does. Why does Geralt spend so much time asking questions when everyone in Vizima already knows where the monster sleeps? A lesser hunter could have treated the contract as a simple matter of steel, silver, and timing. But Geralt begins by reconstructing the curse through people. He listens to Velerad, speaks with Segalin, questions Ostrid, and later faces Foltest with the details he has gathered. He wants to know the age of the princess, the circumstances of her birth, the history of the tomb, the pattern of the killings, and what has already been attempted. This is not hesitation. It is the discipline of a witcher who understands that the wrong diagnosis can turn a rescue into an execution. The books establish early that Geralt's profession depends on knowledge as much as mutation. Witchers survive because they study creatures, curses, habits, weaknesses, and the conditions under which a monster ceases to be what it appears. Geralt has the enhanced senses, speed, and reflexes produced by witcher mutations, but none of that tells him whether Ada can still be saved. For that he needs testimony, old lore, and a clear understanding of the curse. The contrast matters because everyone else in Vizima sees a problem with one visible form, a Striga beneath the palace. Geralt sees a chain of causes. That chain begins with the sarcophagus. The cursed girl returns to it before dawn, and the method of disenchantment depends on preventing her from doing so until the proper cock crow has passed. Geralt knows that if he can keep the Striga away from her resting place through the night, the curse may break. This immediately changes the logic of the coming fight. He cannot simply injure her until she collapses, because the goal is not to win control of the room for a few breaths. He must manage an entire night against a creature stronger than an ordinary human while preserving the possibility that the thing attacking him will be human by morning. That requirement also explains why Geralt refuses to promise Foltest a perfect daughter at the end of the ordeal. Even if the enchantment breaks, the books make clear that the girl has not experienced a normal childhood. She has spent years in a monstrous state, driven by urges no child should ever know, isolated from language, family, teaching, and ordinary affection. Geralt tells Foltest in substance that the restored princess may remain abnormal, because magic can change flesh more quickly than lost years can be restored. There is no cruelty in the warning. It is the opposite. Geralt refuses to replace one illusion with another. Notice what this does to the role of the Witcher. In popular imagination inside the continent, Witchers are often treated as hired killers shaped specifically to destroy monsters. Yet here, Geralt behaves almost like a physician, confronted with a violent patient whose condition can still be reversed. He studies symptoms, asks after history, weighs the risk of intervention, and warns the family that recovery may be incomplete. His sword remains necessary, but it becomes the last instrument in a sequence that begins with understanding. That structure is one of the reasons the Striga story is so important to Geralt's character. The first question is not what can be killed, but what can still be cured. The people he questions do not all answer with equal honesty. Velerad gives him the exhausted perspective of administration, while Sagalin provides courtly knowledge shaped by proximity to the royal family. Ostrit, however, carries personal history into every answer. His love for Princess Ada and hatred of Foltest make him more than a witness. He is emotionally entangled with the origin of the curse and politically invested in its continuation. Geralt therefore has to do something more difficult than collect facts. He has to judge the motives hidden inside those facts. This is a familiar pattern throughout Sapkowski's work. Long before Geralt becomes entangled with kings, sorcerers, Nilfgaard, and Ciri's elder blood, monsters are often easier to understand than the humans describing them. A kikimora follows its nature. A necrophage follows hunger. A cursed person, by contrast, exists inside a web of human memory, shame, inheritance, and competing versions of the truth. Geralt's investigative habit is what allows him to move through that web without immediately accepting the loudest explanation. The Striga case also shows why Witcher neutrality is never as simple as Geralt sometimes wishes it to be. Gathering information is itself a moral act when the information determines whether someone lives. If Geralt accepts Velerad's practical conclusion too quickly, the princess dies. If he accepts Foltest's hope without skepticism, Geralt may die with her. If he trusts Ostrit without understanding his resentment, he risks being manipulated by a man who sees the curse as useful. Knowledge does not free Geralt from choice. It makes the choice impossible to pretend away. There is a quiet precision in the way Geralt tests the story against what he already knows. He does not need a court magician to tell him that curses can have conditions, nor does he need a priest to explain that the Striga is not merely a beast born in the ordinary manner. Witchers are trained for exactly this borderland between biology and enchantment. Potions, mutations, signs, and monster lore all exist because the continent does not divide neatly between natural and supernatural threats. Ada's curse belongs to that unstable border, which is why Geralt's specialized knowledge matters more than brute force. The Witcher's 5 basic signs also belong to that practical tradition, though Geralt never treats them as grand sorcery. Bard can strike with telekinetic force. Igni produces flame. Quen offers protection. Yrden shapes a magical trap or field. And Axii can influence the mind. They are tools, not miracles, and their value depends on timing, context, and restraint. Against the Striga, Geralt's advantage is not that he possesses overwhelming magic. It is that he can combine limited magic, enhanced reflexes, preparation, and exact knowledge into a plan narrow enough to leave the princess alive. This is the structural beauty of the contract in Vizima. The closer Geralt gets to understanding the curse, the harder the job becomes. Ignorance would permit a simple solution: enter, kill, collect the reward, leave. Knowledge removes that simplicity because it reveals that the creature is curable. Once Geralt knows there is a person inside the monster, every strike has to be measured against the possibility of dawn. And before that dawn can be reached, there is still one man who does not want the night to end cleanly. Ostrid has watched Foltest live with the consequences of Ada's death and the Striga's existence for years, and his grief has curdled into something more dangerous than mourning. He does not merely remember the princess. He has learned to use the curse as a weapon against the king who had what he wanted, and when Geralt's investigation brings that motive into the open, the old palace becomes the stage for a conflict between two kinds of monstrosity. Why would a man who once loved Princess Ada prefer her daughter to remain a monster? Ostrid is one of the most unsettling figures in The Witcher because his motives do not fit neatly into grief, jealousy, or political ambition alone. He had desired Ada before her death, and he despised Foltest for possessing the woman he wanted. Years later, that hatred has not faded into memory. It has become attached to the living curse beneath the old palace. To Ostrid, the Striga is more than a tragedy. She is also proof that Foltest's sin has consequences the king cannot escape. When Geralt encounters him at the palace, Ostrid does something that immediately reveals how far his motives have shifted from concern for Ada's child. He offers Geralt money to abandon the contract. That offer matters because Geralt has come specifically to attempt what Foltest has wanted for years: break the curse and restore the princess. If Ostrid's first priority were the girl's recovery, Geralt would be the man he should be helping. Instead, he tries to remove him from the board. Geralt understands the significance at once. The continuing existence of the Striga weakens Foltest, and Ostrid has come to value that political effect. A king whose own daughter prowls an abandoned palace at night carries a scandal no herald can silence and no decree can erase. The curse keeps the memory of Foltest and Ada's incest alive in the most grotesque possible form. Every death connected to the Striga renews the story. For a man who hates Foltest, the creature has become a weapon that requires no army. Here is the cruel irony in Ostrid's love for Ada. He can still speak of her with emotion, still frame himself as a man wronged by Foltest, and still preserve the memory of what he felt. Yet the daughter of the woman he loved is the one paying for that resentment with her body. Ostrid does not need to strike the princess himself to exploit her suffering. It is enough to let the curse continue because the curse hurts Foltest. Love has become so entangled with possession that the beloved woman's child can be sacrificed to preserve the lover's grievance. Geralt does not accept Ostrid's self-image at face value. He presses him about Ada, Foltest, and the origin of the curse, forcing personal resentment into the open. In Sapkowski's version, certainty remains elusive and that uncertainty is important. Ostrid is deeply implicated, but the story resists the comfortable simplicity of turning him into a single proven source of every evil surrounding the child. What Geralt uncovers instead is motive, hatred, and a willingness to manipulate the situation. Sometimes that is more revealing than a confession. The conversation also exposes how differently Geralt and Ostrit respond to injury. Ostrit has been nursing an old emotional wound for years, allowing it to become part of his political identity. Geralt, by contrast, lives in a world where insult, rejection, fear, and hatred are routine facts of his profession. People call witchers mutants and freaks, refuse them gratitude, cheat them overpayment, and blame them for dangers they did not create. Yet Geralt's bitterness rarely becomes permission to sacrifice an innocent third person. That difference tells us more about morality in this story than any sermon could. Ostrit's plan depends on Geralt behaving like the kind of mercenary the world assumes witchers are. Offer enough money, and the mutant leaves. Make the contract inconvenient, and professional ethics dissolve into calculation. But Geralt refuses the bribe, and in doing so, he quietly rejects the role Ostrit has written for him. A witcher can be paid without being purchasable in every sense. The distinction is subtle, but it matters enormously in a world where nearly every faction assumes loyalty has a price. The old palace now becomes a trap in more ways than one. Ostrit believes he can influence the outcome through politics and bribery, but the creature beneath the stones has no interest in his grievances. When night approaches and the Striga emerges, Geralt uses Ostrit himself to draw her out. It is a harsh choice, and Sapkowski does not soften it into a heroic rescue of a foolish nobleman. Geralt knows exactly what kind of danger Ostrit has helped sustain. The man who wanted the curse preserved is finally placed directly in the path of the thing he treated as useful. The Striga kills Ostrit. There is no elaborate judgment, no royal tribunal, and no final speech in which he recognizes the corruption of his motives. The creature simply attacks according to the nature forced upon her. That simplicity is important because it denies Ostrit the grandeur he has given his own suffering. He imagined himself as a wounded lover, a political opponent, perhaps even a man correcting Foltest's moral failure. To the Striga, he is only flesh in the dark. And yet, even here, the story refuses an easy moral equation. Ada's daughter does not knowingly avenge her mother by killing Ostrit. She is not an instrument of poetic justice in her own mind because the cursed creature does not possess that kind of moral intention. The meaning belongs to the reader, not to the Striga. Ostrit dies because he helped preserve a danger he believed he could exploit from a safe distance. The irony is structural. The weapon he wanted aimed at Foltest eventually turns on him without understanding who he is. That is one of the oldest political mistakes on the continent. Kings, nobles, mages, and rebels repeatedly convince themselves that dangerous forces can be kept useful as long as someone else suffers first. Later in the saga, Geralt will encounter far larger examples of that belief as kingdoms manipulate wars, sorcerers maneuver around dynasties, and Nilfgaard reshapes entire regions through conquest. Here, however, Sapkowski gives us the idea in miniature. One nobleman believes a curse can remain politically valuable without becoming personally fatal. The old palace corrects him. With Ostrit dead, one layer of human interference is removed, but the night itself has only begun. Geralt is left with the creature, the sarcophagus, and the method he has chosen to trust. There will be no more bargaining now, no court politics, no bribes slipped into the darkness. The Striga is coming for him, with the full strength of a body transformed by the curse, and Geralt must somehow survive without destroying the person he has decided is still worth saving. What kind of victory requires Geralt to spend an entire night refusing the easiest way to win? By the time the Striga turns fully toward him in the abandoned palace, the contract has narrowed to its most dangerous form. Geralt knows where the creature will try to return before dawn, and he knows that breaking the curse depends on denying her that refuge until the proper cock crow. Everything now rests on endurance, timing, and control. A killing stroke could end the danger in moments, but it would also end the life Foltest has spent years trying to recover. Geralt therefore enters the fight under a restriction that makes every advantage smaller and every mistake more costly. The Striga is not a fragile, cursed maiden waiting passively for a release. Sapkowski presents her as a powerful nocturnal predator, fast enough and strong enough to make close combat with a witcher genuinely dangerous. She has spent years hunting around the old palace and has already killed men who came too close to her lair. Her body has been shaped by the curse for violence, and Geralt cannot rely on ordinary human hesitation or pain to stop her. He has to treat every movement as lethal, even while holding back from lethal force himself. That imbalance defines the entire encounter. A witcher's mutations give Geralt the reflexes and senses needed to survive such a contest, but the mutations are not invulnerability. The trial of the grasses and the further processes that created witchers altered his body so that he can react faster, tolerate alchemical potions, and survive conditions that would overwhelm ordinary men. Those gifts are exactly why rulers hire men like him for creatures such as a Striga. Yet the mutations do not cancel claws, broken bone, blood loss, or exhaustion. Geralt survives because his training lets him manage danger at the edge of what his body can endure. His magic remains similarly practical. The signs used by witchers are not the sweeping sorcery of Yennefer or the trained mages who manipulate chaos on a far greater scale. Ard can give Geralt a sudden burst of force. Quen can shield him. Erden can influence the ground of a fight, while Igni and Axi belong to the same compact vocabulary of battlefield magic. Against a creature he hopes to save, the most valuable effect is often not destruction but interruption. A moment of distance can matter more than a wound when the true enemy is time. This is why the rhythm of the fight feels different from a hunt where Geralt has permission to finish the monster. Every opening carries two questions at once. Can he exploit it, and how far can he exploit it without making the cure impossible? The Striga does not grant him the same restraint. She lunges, claws, bites, and uses the enclosed spaces of the palace with the instinct of something that has known this ruin longer than Geralt has. He is therefore fighting on her ground and under his own moral limitation. The danger comes not only from being weaker than the monster in some raw physical sense, but from choosing not to use every means available to him. There is a revealing severity in that choice. Geralt often presents himself as a professional who calculates risk, price, and necessity, and the people of the continent are usually happy to believe him. A mutant who kills for coin is easier to understand than a man who repeatedly accepts danger for reasons he rarely speaks aloud. Yet here his conduct betrays the limits of his own cynicism. If Geralt truly believed that a monster was only the shape in front of him, the contract would already be over. He behaves instead as though the unseen human possibility inside the Striga has moral weight. The crucial objective is the sarcophagus. The Striga must not return to it before the curse-breaking condition has been fulfilled. And Geralt understands that guarding the tomb from outside leaves him exposed to repeated attacks. So he chooses a solution that is almost absurdly dangerous in its simplicity. He enters the crypt and takes possession of the one place the Striga most needs to reach. Then he climbs into the sarcophagus itself. The image deserves to remain still for a moment. A witcher, bred and trained to pursue monsters through forests, ruins, swamps, and caves, deliberately lies down inside a royal tomb while the creature he is hunting prowls somewhere beyond the stone. The sarcophagus that has served as the Striga's refuge becomes Geralt's fortress. Its symbolism is almost too precise to miss, yet Sapkowski never needs to announce it. The man trying to restore the dead princess takes her place among the dead in order to keep her among the living. Rescue demands that he enter the space meant for her corpse. From inside, Geralt has transformed the battle into a siege. The Striga cannot simply return to her resting place, and she cannot be allowed to force him out before the required time has passed. He has traded mobility for control of the one location that matters most. Every sound beyond the sarcophagus becomes information. Movement in the crypt, scraping against stone, the creature's fury at being denied. What instinct tells her is hers. Geralt does not need to conquer the whole palace anymore. He only needs to hold this narrow piece of darkness until dawn begins to interfere with the curse. That decision reveals something deeper about Witcher professionalism than any lecture at Kaer Morhen could. Technique matters because technique allows restraint. Geralt's knowledge of monsters, his mutations, his signs, his reactions, and his willingness to endure pain all become meaningful because they let him attempt an outcome an ordinary soldier could not safely attempt. A sword alone would make him a killer with unusual reflexes. The full craft of a witcher gives him the possibility of choosing not to kill when that choice still exists. There is also no guarantee that the old method will work. Curses on the continent are not mechanisms that obey every rule with the reliability of a lock accepting the correct key. They have histories, conditions, and sometimes ambiguities that even experienced witchers approach with caution. Geralt is trusting lore gathered from a profession built over generations, but he is staking his life on that knowledge under circumstances no handbook can make safe. If the cockcrow comes and the Striga remains unchanged, he will have spent the night preserving a creature that may immediately try to kill him again. Mercy here is not optimism, it is informed risk. Outside the tomb, the hours lengthen. The old palace no longer matters as a royal scandal or a political problem because the entire kingdom has contracted to one stone chamber and the passage of time. Foltest cannot help, Velerad cannot help, Ostrit is already dead, and the experts who failed before Geralt are only names attached to earlier attempts. There is now only the Witcher holding the sarcophagus and the cursed girl trying to return to it before morning. Then the night begins to loosen. Somewhere beyond the buried halls, a cock cries, and Geralt has to decide whether the sound means salvation or only another moment in which lowering his guard could kill him. He waits, because surviving until dawn is not enough. He must know whether dawn has changed what waits outside. When he finally emerges, the creature he fought is no longer standing there in the same form. A young girl lies where the Striga had been, and Geralt approaches her with the caution of a man who knows that the end of a curse is not necessarily the end of danger. If the curse is broken, why does the danger not end with it? When Geralt finally leaves the sarcophagus and sees the girl where the Striga had been, the scene should feel like the clean ending of an old fairy tale. The beast is gone, dawn has come, and Foltest's daughter has returned to human form, but Sapkowski refuses that easy release. Geralt approaches cautiously because he understands that transformation and recovery are not the same thing. The body may be human again while the instincts, shaped by years of monstrosity, still linger beneath the skin. The restored princess is young, pale, and profoundly unfamiliar with the world into which she has been returned. She has not awakened from an ordinary sleep. Her childhood has unfolded inside a curse, beneath the old palace, beyond speech, family life, schooling, or any of the habits that make a child recognizably part of human society. Geralt had warned Foltest about this before the fight, and now the warning has flesh. The enchantment has ended, but the years it consumed remain real. There is no spell capable of giving those years back. Geralt examines her with the same caution he brought to the hunt. He does not rush forward as though the sight of a human face guarantees safety. That restraint proves justified almost immediately. The girl attacks him with the remnants of the body the curse created, and her nails are still dangerous enough to tear deeply into his neck. The moment is sudden, but it is not random. Sapkowski uses it to make clear that disenchantment is not a switch from monster to innocent child with every consequence erased. The wound is severe. Geralt loses blood rapidly and has only moments to keep himself from dying after surviving the entire night. The irony is almost cruelly exact. The Striga could not kill him while she was fully monstrous, but the newly restored girl nearly does so after the curse has already been defeated. Geralt acts quickly to stop the bleeding before unconsciousness takes him. His survival depends on the same discipline that carried him through the crypt. Even victory requires one final act of control. This is where the story's idea of monstrosity becomes more difficult. The girl who wounds Geralt is not suddenly guilty in the same way an ordinary attacker would be. She has no normal childhood memory from which to understand what has happened, and no reason to interpret the white-haired stranger leaning over her as a rescuer. Her body has learned one relationship with the world: strike, feed, survive, return to the tomb. The curse has vanished faster than those habits can. What remains is not evil, but damage. Notice how carefully Sapkowski avoids sentimentalizing that damage. He does not make the princess instantly grateful, articulate, gentle, or beautiful in the polished manner of courtly legend. Geralt does not receive a kiss from the rescued maiden, and Foltest does not appear in the crypt to embrace a daughter restored exactly as he remembered her in imagination. Instead, the Witcher lies bleeding after being clawed by the person he risked his life to save. The rescue is real, but it is not clean. That distinction gives the story its weight. The aftermath leads directly into the framing material of The Last Wish, particularly the voice of reason. Geralt recuperates at the temple of Melitele in Elendor under the care of Nenneke, the priestess who knows him well enough to treat both his injuries and his stubbornness without ceremony. This setting matters because it carries the consequences of Vizima beyond the palace itself. The Striga contract is not sealed away. As a finished adventure, Geralt's body bears it into the next story. Nenneke's temple offers almost the opposite atmosphere from the crypt beneath Vizima. There are no royal scandals hiding under stone, no noble intrigues circling a cursed child, and no creature waiting for nightfall. Instead, there is recovery, routine, medicine, and the quiet authority of someone who has seen Geralt wounded before. Yet even here, the Striga remains present through the damage she left behind. The scar and blood loss are proof that mercy has a physical price. Geralt did not choose the safer path, and his body records that choice more honestly than any speech could. There is also a structural reason this wound matters so much. Sapkowski could have ended The Witcher at the moment of successful disenchantment and allowed the story to close on triumph. Instead, he carries Geralt into convalescence and makes recovery part of the narrative frame. The effect is to deny the listener the illusion that moral choices vanish once they are made. Geralt saved the girl, but the choice follows him. On the continent, even the right decision can leave you weak, scarred, and dependent on someone else's care. That pattern will recur throughout Geralt's life. He repeatedly intervenes where neutrality would be safer, and the consequences seldom arrange themselves into neat rewards. His attempt to choose a lesser evil in Blaviken leaves him reviled. His bond with Ciri through the law of surprise draws him into wars and dynastic struggles far larger than any monster contract. His love for Yennefer gives him both belonging and pain. The Striga story establishes the pattern early. Geralt's moral core is not revealed by what he says about neutrality, but by the injuries he accepts when he refuses the simplest solution. For the princess, the consequences are quieter and harder to measure. She survives, and Foltest finally receives what he had demanded from every would-be savior who came before Geralt. But what returns to him is not the daughter he lost at birth. In any ordinary sense, she is a child whose first years were shaped by darkness, hunger, and violence. And now others must teach her how to exist as a human being. The curse can be broken in one night. A childhood cannot. And that is the thread that leads beyond the crypt. The question is no longer whether Geralt succeeded, because he did. The harder question is what success means when the person saved has already been altered by years no magic can restore. Foltest has his daughter back, but he has not recovered the life she should have lived. The next part of her story begins not with claws against stone, but with the far slower work of becoming human in a world that first knew her as a monster. Can a rescue still be called complete when the person saved has lost the very years that were supposed to teach her how to live? After Geralt survives the wound and the curse is broken, the problem of Ada changes shape. There is no longer a Striga beneath the old palace, no nightly hunt, and no need to guard a sarcophagus until cock-crow. What remains is a child who has been returned to human form without having received a human childhood. Foltest has won the outcome he demanded, but not the restoration he imagined. The difference between those two things is where the true cost of the curse becomes visible. Geralt had warned him before the attempt that disenchantment would not simply produce an ordinary princess. Years spent under the curse had denied the girl the slow accumulation of language, habit, trust, education, and social understanding that other children acquire almost without noticing. Even the most powerful sorcery on the continent does not reverse time in that simple way. A curse can alter flesh, and another act of magic can sometimes break the enchantment, but neither process replaces lived experience. The girl who emerges is therefore alive, human, and still deeply separated from the life that should have formed her. That distinction matters because courts are built around expectations. A royal daughter is not merely a private child. She is expected to learn manners, lineage, religion, speech, alliances, and the small rituals through which dynasties reproduce themselves. Foltest can provide tutors, servants, physicians, and protection, but none of them can recreate infancy or the first 7 years of ordinary development. The palace can teach her how to behave at court. It cannot give her memories of having grown there. This is the point where the tragedy becomes quieter than the horror that preceded it. The Striga's claws are obvious, and the bodies around Vizima make the curse impossible to ignore. The damage after disenchantment is subtler, because it does not announce itself with blood. It appears in what the girl does not know, what she has never practiced, and how much of ordinary human life must now be learned deliberately. The monster is gone, but absence remains. Foltest's role changes with her as well. Before Geralt succeeds, his task is to keep hope alive against the advice of men who would rather kill the creature. Afterward, hope is no longer enough. The king must accept the child who actually survived instead of measuring her against the daughter he imagined during those lost years. This is a harder form of love because it cannot be satisfied by a single heroic solution. It requires patience with consequences that his own choices helped create. There is a subtle moral tension here that Sapkowski never needs to spell out. Foltest's persistence saved his daughter from death, but the same persistence does not erase his responsibility for the chain of events that preceded the curse. He can be loving without being innocent. He can be guilty without being incapable of love. That coexistence is one of the reasons the Striga story feels so recognizably Witcher, long before the saga becomes crowded with kings, sorcerers, wars, and competing prophecies. Geralt himself carries a quieter aftermath from Vizima. During his stay at the Temple of Melitele in Elander, where Nennika tends to him, the payment from the Striga contract remains part of his life rather than disappearing into a purse and being forgotten. In The Last Wish, Geralt leaves part of that money for Yennefer. The detail is small compared with the violence beneath the palace, but it binds the contract to another relationship that will define much of his life. Coin earned by saving one cursed woman becomes, indirectly, part of the complicated bond he carries toward another. Yennefer is not present in the Striga story itself, and this distinction matters because the chronology of The Last Wish is deliberately arranged through interconnected stories rather than a simple straight line. Yet the money ties Geralt's professional life to his emotional one. He is never only the Witcher who completes contracts and moves on unchanged. What he earns in one place travels with him into another, just as wounds, obligations, memories, and attachments do. The continent refuses to keep the categories of monster hunting and private life neatly separated. That pattern will become increasingly important as Geralt's world expands. Ciri will not be a contract, Yennefer will never fit into the logic of payment, and the wars between the northern kingdoms and Nilfgaard will force choices that no bestiary can solve. But the structure is already present in Vizima. Geralt encounters a danger learns that killing is not the only answer, accepts the harder path, and then discovers that the consequences follow him after the visible problem is gone. The Striga contract is therefore not an isolated early adventure. It is a miniature version of the moral architecture that will shape the rest of his life. There is another reason Ada's lost childhood matters when viewed from that wider perspective. Geralt himself was taken into a life that stripped away much of ordinary childhood, trained at Kaer Morhen, subjected to mutations, and shaped into a witcher through processes most children would never survive. His experience is not the same as Ada's, and the story never claims that it is. But there is a quiet resonance between a man whose childhood was altered to make him capable of killing monsters and a girl whose childhood was stolen by a curse that made her into one. Geralt's compassion does not require that he speak this resemblance aloud. That may help explain why he never treats successful disenchantment as a fairy tale restoration. He knows too well that surviving transformation does not mean returning to the person you would have been without it. Witcher mutations gave Geralt strength, reflexes, and resistance, but they also permanently marked his body and social identity. Ada's curse leaves a different set of scars, many of them invisible. In both cases, there is no path backward to an untouched childhood. And so the story moves away from the crypt without really leaving it behind. The sarcophagus is empty of the creature that once returned to it, but the years spent there continue to shape the girl walking out into daylight. Foltest can give her a name, a place at court, and whatever future Temeria is willing to build around her. Geralt can take his payment and ride on once his wound allows it. But the deeper question now changes again. Why did Sapkowski choose this particular story, of all possible monster hunts, to introduce the world to Geralt of Rivia in the first place? Why did Sapkowski choose a monster who should not be killed to introduce Geralt of Rivia to the world? The answer begins with publication history. The Witcher first appeared in Poland in 1986. Before Ciri, before the Great Wars with Nilfgaard, before the Lodge, before the Wild Hunt, and before the long political tragedy of the saga had taken shape around Geralt, readers met him not through prophecy or royal destiny, but through a contract in Vizima. A cursed princess, an incestuous king, a ruined palace, and a professional monster hunter were enough to establish the moral grammar of the entire series. From the beginning, the important question was never simply whether Geralt could kill a monster. The story borrows the bones of an old fairy tale and twists them until they become something colder and more adult. A princess lies under a curse, a dangerous creature occupies a royal space, and a man arrives who may be able to restore what has been lost. In a conventional tale, that man would be a knight, and the royal family would usually stand on the side of order. Sapkowski replaces the knight with a mutant who works for coin and makes the royal household itself the source of the scandal. The rescue remains, but every comforting assumption around it has been stripped away. That reversal is historical as much as literary. Central and Eastern European folklore contains creatures, revenants, cursed dead, and beings whose monstrous condition often grows from violation, improper burial, broken ritual, or family tragedy. Sapkowski takes that inherited atmosphere and gives it a modern moral edge without making the world feel modern. The Striga is not merely something that crawls from a grave because folklore says such things exist. She is the visible consequence of human relationships gone wrong. The old supernatural form remains, but the accusation now points inward. Geralt's role is transformed in the same way. He looks, at first, like the archetypal specialist who enters after ordinary people have failed. He has the white hair, the mutations, the training, the sword, the signs, and the detached manner of someone accustomed to fear. But the first major demonstration of his craft is an act of restraint. That is an extraordinary choice for an introductory story. Sapkowski could have established Geralt by showing how efficiently he kills, yet instead he establishes him by showing how precisely he refuses to kill. This is where the structure of The Witcher becomes almost programmatic for the rest of the books. Geralt is paid to deal with monsters, but the contracts repeatedly force him to decide whether the word monster even applies cleanly. In later stories, he will meet creatures capable of reason, humans capable of cruelty, and situations where neutrality collapses under the weight of consequence. The Striga case introduces that uncertainty in its purest form. A creature that looks unquestionably monstrous is in fact the person most deserving of mercy. The contrast with Blaviken becomes especially revealing. In The Lesser Evil, also collected in The Last Wish, Geralt is drawn into a human conflict between Renfri and Stregobor and tries to remain neutral until he realizes civilians may be slaughtered. Their intervention ends in blood and earns him the name Butcher of Blaviken. In Vizima, intervention means preserving a life rather than taking one. The two stories pull Geralt in opposite directions, yet both make the same structural demand of him. He cannot escape moral choice by calling himself neutral. That is why the Striga works so well as an early statement of purpose. It teaches the reader not to trust categories before the saga grows complicated enough to make those categories politically dangerous. King does not mean innocent. Monster does not mean evil. Witcher does not mean killer. Curse does not mean the cursed person is guilty. Even the method of disenchantment reinforces that design. Geralt does not defeat the Striga through superior violence alone. He wins by understanding the rule that binds her to the sarcophagus and then enduring long enough to exploit it. The solution belongs as much to folklore, patience, and knowledge as it does to combat. This makes the Witcher profession feel ancient and specialized rather than merely martial. A Witcher is valuable because he knows when not to use the blade. There is also a quiet irony in the fact that Geralt himself is often treated as less than fully human by the societies that hire him. His mutations mark him physically, and ordinary people frequently distrust Witchers even when they need them. Yet in Vizima, the supposedly inhuman professional is the person most willing to recognize humanity inside a creature everyone else fears. The king sees a daughter, but he is compromised by guilt. The court sees a political problem, and Ostrit sees leverage. Geralt sees a condition that might still be reversed. That irony will follow him for the rest of the series. Humans call Witchers mutants while committing atrocities on a scale no monster contract could contain. Pogroms against non-humans, wars between kingdoms, Nilfgaardian expansion, massacres, betrayals, and dynastic schemes all broaden the question first posed in the crypt. Geralt will keep finding that the visible monster is often easier to identify than the moral one. The Striga does not solve that problem. It teaches the reader how to recognize it. The story also prepares us for Geralt's relationship with destiny long before Ciri becomes central. He is not yet being asked to raise a child of surprise or protect the bearer of the elder blood. Instead, he is asked to protect the future of one cursed child whose life has already been twisted by decisions made before she had any voice in them. That scale is smaller, but the principle is familiar. Geralt is repeatedly drawn toward children who inherit consequences they did not choose. And so, The Witcher is more than the first appearance of a famous character. It is a compact blueprint for the world he will inhabit. Old magic, damaged families, political interests, uncertain guilt, and a professional who survives by refusing easy definitions. The Striga is frightening because she is real enough to kill, but tragic because her existence reveals how badly everyone around her wants a simple answer. Sapkowski gives them none. Years later, CD Projekt Red would return to this exact story in the games and ask a new question. What happens if the curse comes back? Why would the games force Geralt to face the same nightmare a second time after Sapkowski had already allowed him to save Ada once? In CD Projekt Red's game continuity, the answer begins with memory. The opening cinematic of The Witcher deliberately recreates the famous Striga confrontation from the short story, presenting Geralt's battle beneath Vizima as a defining piece of his past. That choice establishes the games as a sequel continuity looking backward toward the books, not as a replacement for them. The player enters a world where Geralt has already lived through the curse once, and later the game turns that remembered victory into a new problem. In Chapter 5 of The Witcher, the quest Her Highness the Striga reveals that Princess Ada has become a Striga again. This is game-only material and does not retroactively alter Sapkowski's original story. Foltest once more turns to Geralt because the impossible situation has returned in a form both familiar and more painful. The first curse could be understood as a catastrophe born around Ada's birth. The second transformation asks whether a person who has already been saved can still be dragged back into the same monstrous condition. That repetition changes the emotional weight of the contract. In the book, Geralt's task is to prove that salvation is possible. In the game, that proof already exists, so the question becomes whether it still carries authority after the curse has returned. A single rescue can feel like a revelation. A second rescue demands faith in the value of trying again. The game gives the player something Sapkowski did not give Geralt in the short story: a direct branching choice. Geralt can attempt to lift the curse again, or he can kill Ada. That mechanical decision matters because it transfers the burden of interpretation from narrator to player. The book establishes Geralt's restraint as part of his character. The game asks whether the person controlling him agrees that restraint remains justified. If the player chooses the lethal path, Ada's death closes the problem in the most final way possible. Her Striga heart can even become an alchemical ingredient, a detail that turns the royal tragedy into the practical economy of monster hunting. The transformation is severe. A princess becomes a creature, the creature becomes a corpse, and the corpse becomes material. That sequence is not morally neutral simply because the game permits it. It shows how quickly personhood can disappear once a victim is classified only as a monster. The alternative is to attempt disenchantment again In that route, Geralt returns to the logic that defined the original story: survive the Striga long enough to preserve the person beneath the curse. The game therefore transforms an old literary decision into a test of consistency. If Ada deserved saving once, what would have to change before she no longer does? The answer cannot merely be that the work has become inconvenient. There is a structural elegance in forcing the same problem to return under different conditions. The first encounter takes place when Geralt is establishing who he is. The second happens after the player has spent hours making choices in a politically fractured Temeria, dealing with the Order of the Flaming Rose, Scoia'tael, Salamandra, and the competing ambitions surrounding Vizima. By then, the world has taught you how exhausting moral ambiguity can become. The Striga returns after patience has already been taxed elsewhere. That timing makes the quest more than nostalgia. It asks whether principles survive repetition. Mercy is easy to admire when it produces a legendary success and a rescued princess. It is harder to defend when the same problem comes back, threatening more lives and proving that the first victory was not permanent. The game presses directly on that weakness. Notice the irony in the second curse. Geralt's original achievement should have closed the story and transformed Ada from monster into survivor. Instead, in the games, her identity becomes vulnerable once again to the same supernatural category. The world refuses to let her simply outgrow the thing that was done to her. Even adulthood does not guarantee escape from the story people once told about her body. Foltest's position is also changed by repetition. In the first crisis, his hope can be read as guilt struggling toward love. In the second, he must confront the possibility that restoration itself is unstable. The question is no longer whether a cure exists. The question is whether he can endure the cost of trusting it again. For Geralt, this is where professional knowledge becomes inseparable from memory. He knows what a Striga can do because he has fought one. He knows disenchantment can work because he has already survived the method. But he also knows how close the first attempt came to killing him, even after the curse had broken. Experience gives him confidence and caution at the same time. The games use that tension to deepen rather than erase the book's original moral problem. They do not simply repeat the Striga as a famous monster for spectacle. They ask whether a previous act of mercy creates an obligation, a precedent, or merely a memory. If salvation has failed to remain permanent, does that make the first rescue meaningless, or does it make the second attempt even more important? That question leads directly into Ada's adult role in the game continuity, where the former cursed child finally becomes something the original story never had time to show: a political person with a future of her own. What changes when the cursed child survives long enough to become a woman the court can finally use? In the games, Ada is no longer only the daughter hidden beneath Foltest's palace, or the creature Geralt once restrained through a single terrible night. She has grown into a political figure inside Temeria, and that shift changes the meaning of her survival. The girl who once had no agency at all now stands inside a world built on alliances, succession, dynastic calculation, and public reputation. Her body is no longer only the site of a curse. It is also part of the machinery of power. In the Witcher game continuity, Ada's position carries real political weight because she is Foltest's daughter and therefore part of Temeria's royal house. The same lineage that once trapped her inside scandal now makes her valuable. Courts do not forget blood merely because blood has been inconvenient before. A surviving princess can become a bride, an alliance, a claim, or a symbol of continuity. That is the colder second life of dynastic identity. First, it helps create the disaster, then it attempts to repurpose the survivor. The games expand this political environment rather than simply preserving Ada as a rescued child from the books. Her future becomes tied to the tensions between Temeria and Redania, and in certain outcomes she is married to King Radovid V. This is game-only material, and it belongs entirely to CD Projekt Red's continuation rather than Sapkowski's novel canon. The marriage transforms Ada from the object of a curse into an active piece of inter-kingdom politics. It is a remarkable shift in scale from a tomb beneath Vizima to the balance of power between northern crowns. There is something historically familiar in that transition. Royal daughters on the continent, as in the feudal traditions Sapkowski often echoes, are rarely permitted the luxury of existing only as private individuals. Their marriages can secure borders, calm rivalries, or sharpen claims. Ada's personal history does not exempt her from that logic. If anything, surviving something extraordinary can make her even more symbolically useful. The game also expands the curse's history through material such as Ostrich's journal, giving the player a more explicit sense of the resentment and hatred surrounding Ada's origin. Again, this belongs to the game continuity and should not be imported backward into the books, as if Sapkowski had stated the same details. CD Projekt Red uses documents, quests, and political consequences to make the old tragedy feel denser and more interconnected. The result is a version of Ada whose past is never merely past. Her curse remains part of the political vocabulary around her. That persistence is revealing. A court can forgive many things if they become useful, but it rarely forgets them. The same people who might once have regarded Ada as an embarrassment can later regard her as an asset. Nothing about her inner life has to change for that external transformation to happen. Only the needs of power have changed. Here is the political irony of her survival. As a child, Ada is denied personhood because everyone sees the monster. As an adult, she risks being denied personhood in a different way because everyone sees the princess. One identity reduces her to danger, the other to function. The forms are opposite, but both place other people's priorities over her own. That does not mean Ada has no agency in the games. She's older, more socially formed, and capable of occupying a place in the world that the book's rescued child had not yet reached. Yet the structures around her remain ruthless. Kings and nobles do not stop calculating because someone has suffered. In the northern kingdoms, survival often means being absorbed into a new role before you have had time to define yourself outside the old one. This makes the return of the Striga curse in The Witcher especially bitter. Ada's adulthood should represent distance from the thing done to her before birth. Instead, the second transformation drags her back into the same category that defined her childhood. The political woman becomes, once again, the monster beneath the palace. The game forces both Geralt and the player to confront how fragile identity can become when curse and reputation reinforce one another. If Geralt saves her again, the meaning is therefore different from the first rescue. He is no longer restoring an unknown child to a life she has never lived. He is preserving a woman who already has a place in the political world and whose death would alter alliances beyond the palace walls. Mercy now has consequences that spread outward into kingdoms. The contract has become geopolitical without losing its personal core. And if the player kills her, the consequences are equally political. A dead princess is not only a dead monster. She is a removed claimant, a broken alliance, and a royal body whose absence changes what other rulers can do. This is one of the strengths of the game continuity. It takes the moral structure of Sapkowski's short story and places it inside a broader system where personal survival changes statecraft. The old question remains, but its radius is widened. Ada's game story therefore becomes a study in how power redefines survivors. The child cursed for adult sins grows into a woman whose survival is immediately measured in political terms. Even after the claws are gone, other hands are still reaching for her future. And that prepares the ground for the next adaptation layer. Because when Netflix retells the Striga story, it makes a different choice entirely. Instead of broadening the political aftermath, it sharpens the question of who exactly should be blamed for the curse. What changes when an adaptation takes a deliberately murky curse and gives it a clearer human culprit? In the Netflix adaptation, the Striga story is told primarily in Season 1, Episode 3, Betrayer Moon, and it reshapes several elements of Sapkowski's original while keeping the central image intact. Geralt enters Temeria to confront a cursed royal child who may still be saved. The episode retains Foltest, Ada, Ostrid, the abandoned palace, and the danger of the Striga, but it reorganizes the investigation around a different dramatic structure. Triss Marigold is brought directly into the case, something that does not happen in the original short story. The result is a version of the tale that is more explicit about responsibility and more interested in making the curse feel like a solvable crime. In the Netflix adaptation, Triss works alongside Geralt as the mystery around the Striga is uncovered. Her presence changes the texture of the investigation because Geralt is no longer the sole outsider piecing together court secrets through interviews and suspicion. She brings magical knowledge and political access into the story, allowing the adaptation to compress information that the book lets Geralt extract more slowly. This is a practical television choice, but it also changes the moral geometry of the episode. The truth is shared between investigators rather than discovered almost entirely through Geralt's own reading of human motives. The greatest alteration concerns Ostrid. In Sapkowski's story, his guilt is heavily implicated but not resolved with complete certainty, and other possibilities remain in circulation. In the Netflix adaptation, his responsibility is made far more explicit. His jealousy and resentment toward Foltest are directly tied to the curse that afflicts the unborn child. That change gives the audience a much firmer answer to the question of who caused the transformation. There is an obvious dramatic advantage to this clarity. A television episode has limited time, and a definite culprit gives the investigation momentum. Viewers can watch suspicion become proof, then watch the consequences return physically when Ostrid is placed in the Striga's path. The chain from emotion to curse to punishment becomes easier to follow. What was diffuse in the book becomes focused, but something is also lost when blame becomes easier to assign. In Sapkowski's version, the curse feels as though it grew out of an entire poisonous environment. Incest, shame, grief, resentment, dynastic secrecy, and competing stories about who hated whom enough to speak a curse. The uncertainty forces you to look at the whole court. In the Netflix adaptation, Ostrich can absorb much more of the moral responsibility. Once there is a clear villain, the surrounding system becomes easier to forgive. This difference matters because the Striga herself remains innocent in both versions. Whether the curse comes from one specific man or from a more ambiguous web of hatred, the unborn child still has no agency in the event that transforms her. She inherits a punishment without having committed the offense. That is the continuity that survives every retelling. The adaptations can move the blame around, but they cannot make the child responsible without breaking the heart of the story. The Netflix version also heightens the pressure around Foltest's rule. Temeria is shown as a kingdom living with the consequences of a royal scandal that has become a public monster problem. The Striga's killings are not treated as a private tragedy confined to the family. People are frightened, resentment is growing, and the palace has become a symbol of the king's inability to resolve what his own household produced. This gives the episode a sharper atmosphere of civic unease. Foltest himself is portrayed with a rougher physicality and more visible wear than the king many readers first imagine from the books. In the Netflix adaptation, his guilt and attachment to Ada are played less as courtly reserve and more as a wound that has deformed his public life. He still wants the princess saved rather than killed. That continuity is crucial. Whatever else the adaptation changes, it preserves the fact that Foltest does not want the easiest solution. Geralt's choice remains equally important. He still takes on the problem as a disenchantment rather than an extermination. He still understands that the creature in front of him is not simply a monster species to be removed. The fight therefore keeps the same essential restriction: survive, control, and deny the Striga access to the conditions that sustain the curse. The adaptation changes the route to the confrontation, but not the moral difficulty inside it. There is a revealing contrast here between medium and meaning. Television naturally pushes toward visible causality, confession, and confrontation, while Sapkowski's prose can leave uncertainty hanging in the reader's mind long after the scene ends. Netflix chooses to make the mystery cleaner. The books choose to make the moral atmosphere dirtier. Neither version changes the fact that Geralt's most important act is refusing to confuse a cursed body with a guilty soul. That difference also changes how Ostrich's death reads. In the Netflix adaptation, his end carries a more direct sense of consequence because his role in the curse is clearer. The man whose jealousy helped create the monster is consumed by that monster. It is almost classical in its symmetry. In the book, the same death is more disturbing because the moral ledger never balances so neatly. And that brings us to the final turn. Across books, games, and adaptation, details shift, motives sharpen, political consequences widen, and Ada's future changes, depending on continuity. Yet one image persists: Geralt standing between a frightened kingdom and a creature everyone else has already named. The last question is not who cursed her, or whether the curse can return, or what court will use her afterward. It is whether anyone can still recognize a person after fear has taught them to see only a monster. When the claws, hunger, and curse are stripped away, who was the monster in Vizima all along? The easiest answer would be to point at Ostrich, because resentment made him willing to preserve another person's suffering for political revenge. Another answer would be Foltest, because his forbidden relationship with Ada helped create the scandal from which the catastrophe grew. Yet Sapkowski never makes either judgment completely comfortable. Foltest is guilty and still capable of love. Ostrid is wounded and still capable of cruelty. And Geralt is a paid killer who repeatedly behaves with more mercy than the respectable men around him. The story refuses a single monster because its real subject is the distance between guilt and appearance. Ada alone begins the tale without a meaningful choice. She does not choose her parents, the circumstances of her conception, the hostility surrounding the pregnancy, the curse, the tomb, or the years spent emerging from it as a Striga. Even her killings occur while she exists under a transformation imposed before she could understand the world. That does not make the deaths less real, and it does not make the danger less urgent. It simply means responsibility cannot be assigned by counting claws. The most frightening body in the story carries the least moral guilt. That distinction is what Geralt understands more clearly than almost anyone else in the palace. He does not deny what the Striga has done, and he does not pretend that the men she killed matter less because she was cursed. His method is dangerous precisely because both truths remain present at once. The creature must be stopped, but the person inside it does not automatically deserve death. Geralt's profession gives him the knowledge to hold those truths together when everyone around him wants one of them removed. This is also why the contract in Vizima becomes such a pure expression of his morality. Geralt often speaks as though neutrality is possible if one is disciplined enough to avoid other people's causes. But neutrality would have been easy here. He could have refused the contract, accepted Ostrid's bribe, or treated the Striga as an ordinary monster and ended the matter with lethal force. Instead, he accepts the burden of distinguishing danger from guilt. His morality appears not in what he claims to believe, but in how much additional risk he accepts once he knows the victim can still be saved. The sarcophagus becomes the clearest image of that choice. Geralt does not stand over Ada's grave as a conqueror. He climbs inside it. He takes the place prepared for the dead child and seals himself into darkness so that she cannot return there before the curse breaks. The gesture is practical within the rules of the disenchantment, but it is also the deepest reversal in the story. The Witcher survives by occupying death's place so the monster can have a chance at life. And when morning comes, Sapkowski still refuses to reward him cleanly. The restored girl wounds Geralt in the neck before he can fully trust that the transformation is complete. He nearly dies after accomplishing exactly what Foltest asked of him. That final injury keeps the ending from becoming sentimental. Mercy succeeds, but mercy does not guarantee gratitude, safety, or emotional closure. The same principle survives when the story branches into later continuities. In the games, Ada's curse returns, and the player is forced to decide whether Geralt's earlier mercy remains worth repeating. In the Netflix adaptation, responsibility is made clearer by tying Ostrid more explicitly to the curse. These versions reshape the question but do not erase it. Each asks in its own way whether a cursed person remains a person when fear, politics, and repetition make killing easier to justify. The games complicate the answer by giving Ada an adult political identity. If she survives again, she becomes more than the remembered child beneath the palace. She becomes part of dynastic calculations that can reach into relations between Temeria and Redania. Her life acquires strategic value in the eyes of rulers. That is a different form of danger from the Striga's curse, quieter and more civilized in appearance. Once again, other people are tempted to define Ada by what her existence can do for them. The Netflix adaptation complicates the story in another direction. By clarifying Ostrit's guilt, it gives the audience the satisfaction of a more identifiable source for the disaster. Yet the book's uncertainty remains more unsettling because it suggests that no single culprit is large enough to contain the tragedy. A curse spoken in anger can have one origin, but the world that nourishes it can be built by many hands. Foltest's desire, Ostrit's resentment, courtly secrecy, and political calculation all create the environment in which Ada's body becomes the battlefield. That is the final evolution of the Striga's tragedy. At first, the story appears to ask whether Geralt can save a monster. Then it asks whether Foltest deserves the chance to recover his daughter, whether Ostrit's grief excuses his hatred, whether a restored child can ever recover what was taken from her, and whether mercy still matters when the curse returns. By the end, the question has changed completely. The true test is whether anyone can separate what a person has become from what was done to them. You can hear that distinction in the quiet after the fight. The palace no longer shakes with claws against stone, and there is no need for a sword to move through the dark. Somewhere above the crypt, Vizima is waking beneath the first gray light, unaware that the creature haunting its nights is gone. Geralt is wounded, Ostrit is dead, and Foltest is about to receive a daughter he has never truly known. Nothing has returned to the way it was before, and beneath the old palace, the sarcophagus stands open. The place that held a monster now holds only the memory of one, while nearby lies a frightened human girl whose body has finally released the shape forced upon it. Geralt looks at her and sees neither a trophy nor a miracle, only someone who still has to survive what came after survival. That is the tragic truth behind the Striga. The monster was real, the danger was real, but the child inside it was real too. And in the end, the most important thing Geralt did was risk enough to see her. When you stand back from the crypt beneath Vizima, the deepest horror is no longer the Striga herself. It is the ease with which everyone around her is tempted to reduce a person to the shape of the danger she presents. Foltest sees a daughter, Velerad sees a threat, Ostrit sees a weapon, and Geralt is the one forced to hold all of those truths in the same room. That is one of the governing ideas of The Witcher. Morality becomes difficult precisely when several truths remain valid at once. The Striga kills, the kingdom suffers, and the child is still innocent. None of those facts cancels the others. That is why Geralt matters in this story, beyond his mutations or his swordsmanship. His real gift is not that he knows how to kill monsters, but that he knows categories can lie. He has spent his life being called mutant, freak, witcher, butcher, and outsider. And yet he repeatedly looks past the names the world gives people and creatures. He does not romanticize danger, but neither does he mistake danger for guilt. In a brutal world, that distinction is one of the rare forms of mercy that still has teeth. The Striga story also reveals why neutrality is so fragile in Geralt's world. Refusing to choose can sound noble until someone else pays the price of that refusal. Had Geralt stepped away, Adam might have remained cursed or been killed by someone less patient. Had Foltest chosen only expedience, his daughter would never have had a second life at all. Every path carries a cost, and the Witcher rarely allows anyone to remain clean simply by standing still. There is another cruelty beneath all of this. Survival does not undo what survival was required to endure. Ada can be restored to human form, but she cannot be given back the childhood the curse consumed. Geralt can survive the night, but he leaves it wounded. Foltest can recover his daughter, but he cannot make the years beneath the palace disappear. In this world, rescue is often real and still incomplete, and that may be why it feels more honest than a perfect ending ever could. Seen this way, the Striga belongs perfectly inside the larger moral architecture of The Witcher. Again and again, the world asks, who deserves the sword, who deserves another chance, and whether the person inside a monstrous form can still be reached. Kings commit sins, monsters suffer, witchers choose, and ordinary people are trapped between consequences they never created. The answer is never that humanity is pure and monstrosity is simple. The answer is that choice still matters even when innocence has already been damaged. So when you return in your mind to that old palace, let the noise of the fight fade away. The claws have stopped scraping over stone. The corridor is still, and somewhere above the crypt, the first pale light of morning is touching Vizima. The sarcophagus stands open, where Geralt once waited in darkness, and the creature everyone feared is gone. What remains is only a wounded witcher, a frightened girl, and the quiet proof that sometimes the hardest thing in this world is not defeating a monster, but refusing to stop looking for the human being inside it.